Good evening. It's 5:01 and welcome to the last regular board meeting of the calendar year. December 17th, 2024, it's 5:01. Ms. Barnes, roll call, please.
President Kaminsky,
Present.
Vice President Kelly,
Present.
Clerk Wood,
Here.
Trustee Cooper,
Here.
Trustee Napier,
Here.
Trustee Sweeney absent, Superintendent vacant, and I'm Deanna Barnes. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, approval of the agenda. I'd like to make a little switch in the closed session, the second closed session, number 20. I'd like to switch them so number 1 becomes number 2, 2 becomes 1, and so our legal counsel does not have to wait much longer. Will be standing by to join us via Zoom. And number 1, there's no one that will be joining us either by Zoom or in person. So I'd like to make that switch. So do I have a motion?
Kelly, make the motion with that change.
This motion by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Cooper to approve the agenda with the change in item 20 closed session, items number 1 and 2 switched. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries 5-0. I have to go back up. Number 3, recognition of, I didn't pledge. Doing the flag salute and moment of silent reflection is Andrea Paxton, Chief Administrator for Instructional Services. Mrs. Paxton.
Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stay standing for a moment of silent reflection. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Now, item 3, recognition of Capturing Kids' Hearts student greeters. We had 4 students from Tehachapi High School, and with no superintendent to lead us, we'll have to, the 5 of us will come up and have our picture taken with the greeters and give them a little goodie bag.
Oh, this is the hard ones, because they're all taller than us. Yeah. Put them in the. Stand in the back, you're tall. Are we ready?
Yep.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Right? Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right. Let's give a round of applause.
And for the record, our student greeters were Cole Porter, Betty Howard, Caden Klingsworth, and Eric Swanson. And they did a fine job. Now the round of applause for our student greeters. Item 4, administration of oath of office. Ms. Barnes will be giving the oath to our 4 trustees who were reelected or ran with no competition.
Taking the oath this evening will be Dr. Tracy Kelly, trustee Area 1. Position expires December of '28. Dana Christensen for trustee Area 4, expires 12 of '26. Jackie Wood, trustee Area 3, expires 12 of '28. And Tyler Napier, trustee Area 7, expires 12 of '28.
Seems so far away.
No, I'm going to read it and then you'll repeat it. Okay. If you want to go ahead and please raise your right hands and repeat after me. I, please state your name. Do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance. To the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of California. That I will take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation. Or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge. The duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
Congratulations to our 4 trustees, and thank you, because this is a big undertaking, a big responsibility, and I appreciate you. It's more than just a Tuesday night once a month that you aren't home. It's much more than that, so thank you for your service. And let's continue on. Item 5, public comments for closed session. In closed session, we have 4 items. 1, hearing to consider expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Sections 48917 and 48918, student case number 2024-2025, number 6. 2, hearing to consider expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Sections 48917 and 48918, student case number 2024-2025, number 7. Number 3, hearing to consider readmission after pupil expulsion, Education Code Section 48916 and 35146, student case number 2023-2024, number 3. And 4, a discussion for public employee appointment, title interim superintendent. Any public comments? With that, I'm adjourning at 5:10 to go into closed session. And we are returning from closed session at 6:33. And going to item 8, report of action taken in closed session. We're reporting out on the first 3 items. First item, hearing to consider expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Sections 48917 and 48918, student case number 2024-2025, number 6. That student has been expelled with a motion by trustee Kelly and seconded by trustee Napier. And it's a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney. Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Next item was a hearing to consider expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Sections 48917 and 48918, student case 2024-2025, number 7. We reviewed and considered the agreement that was made with the district and the parents and student in lieu of expulsion and ratified it. It was moved by trustee Wood and seconded by trustee Napier. Again, roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney. Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 3, hearing to consider readmission after pupil expulsion, Education Code Sections 48916 and 35146, student case 2023-2024, number 3. He is hereby readmitted with a motion by trustee Cooper and a second by trustee Napier. Again, roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney. Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 9, we are adjourning at 6:36 to conduct our annual organizational meeting. So we are convening the meeting at 6:26. Open nominations for office of the president.
I'd like to nominate Tracy Kelly for president.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Paul Kaminsky for president.
Okay. Do we have a motion for either one?
I'll make a motion for Paul Kaminsky for board president.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
This motion by trustee Napier, seconded by trustee Sweeney for Paul Kaminsky to be in the office of president of the school board. Roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
No.
Clerk Wood.
No.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
No.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney. Aye.
Motion passes 4-3. Open nominations for office of the vice president.
I'll nominate Tracy Kelly for vice president.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
It was motioned by trustee Napier, seconded by trustee Cooper for Tracy Kelly. Any other nominations? Seeing none, roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen?
Aye.
Trustee Napier?
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Open nominations for office of board clerk.
I'll nominate Jackie Wood.
Any other nominations? Do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by trustee Sweeney, seconded by trustee Cooper for Jackie Wood to be the board clerk. Roll call vote.
President Kaminsky?
Aye.
Vice President Kelly?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Cooper?
Aye.
Trustee Christensen?
Aye.
Trustee Napier?
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Open nominations for representative to Kern County Committee.
Kelly will nominate himself.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly. Oh, it wasn't? Oh, okay.
Okay, well, then
I'll
I'll nominate him.
second.
Okay.
No, he nominated himself. Okay, so you're making a motion?
I'll make a motion.
There
too.
we go.
Okay, I'll motion, I'll
I thought
nominate.
you said
There we
second
go.
motion, so anyway,
Where's the attorney?
we'll get it right.
Check.
See, when you nominate yourself, it just throws us for a loop. All right, so we have a motion by trustee Wood and seconded by trustee Kaminsky for Tracy Kelly to be representative to Kern County Committee. Roll call vote.
President Kaminsky?
Aye.
Vice President Kelly?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Cooper?
Aye.
Trustee Christensen?
Aye.
Trustee Napier?
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 6, appointment of secretary to the board. This is held by the superintendent and is, right now, that position is vacated. So once the interim is in place and an agendized meeting, we will take care of that. Approval of Board of Trustees 2025 regular meeting calendar. I had brought up in the previous board meeting of possibly making March 27th a regular meeting. In conversation with our legal counsel at Schools Legal, she said that was perfectly fine. It's up to the board, like at this moment, to discuss it. The reason I thought of adding that was to give us a little more time, if we needed it, to do the validation of the permanent superintendent. And so, board, what's your feelings one way or the other?
I'm for it, but we don't have to adjust our bylaws? We're good?
No, like I said, Ms. Safant was quite clear, because if you read the board policy, it says something at the very beginning of that, upon determination of the board, something like that, which we're determining now.
Thank you.
So when are we adding something? In March or in April?
Well, if we agree to it,
Well, is
March
that what we're-
27th, yeah.
Rescheduling to March 20th.
It'd be the
Okay.
fourth Tuesday of the month.
All right.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
No, it's just based on So Kelly, I make a motion to accept the calendar as it is, with the exception of adding March 27th, 2025 to the calendar
As a regular meeting.
as a regular meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
It was moved by
What date are we? The
March
20
27th.
27th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm.
Whatever the fourth Tuesday, the 25th, I'm sorry. I keep saying.
25th, that's
Yeah,
what
the
I was
25th.
thinking. So people are, let's get on the same page here.
No.
So we're doing the 11th, the 25th, and the 29th, right? We have something on the 29th.
Right. Yeah, we're just talking the regular meeting.
Yeah.
You want to remake that?
I will, yeah.
Thank you.
So Kelly's making the motion to accept the board meeting calendar for 2025 as it reads, with in addition, adding March 25th, 2025 as a regularly scheduled board meeting.
Thank you. Who seconded?
I'll second.
Okay, it was motioned by Vice President Kelly to accept the regular board meeting calendar with the addition of March 25th, 2025 as a regular meeting. It was seconded by Trustee Cooper. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And at 6:47, I'm adjourning the organizational meeting and returning to the regular meeting. And number 11, number 1, boardroom bulletin board presentation. Mrs. Paxton.
Just wait for Ben to get the presentation up. Or maybe not. I could just show you my pictures on my packet. Okay. All right, you can go to the next slide, Ben. So this month was instructional services opportunity to complete or decorate the bulletin boards. This is a picture of the instructional services team, minus one person who left us earlier this year, who had a baby, which was Miss Jaski. So in the instructional services department, we have myself, Yanira Chavez, formerly Ledesma, recently married. She's the administrative assistant. Jennifer Butler, who's the coordinator of instructional support and improvement. Miss Terry Boston, who is our district coach of First Best Instruction. And then we have two district translators, Madi Anaya and Josie Fragosa. And then our district student information system manager, Dan Irwin. Go ahead. And so I'm going to go over just what kind of things we do in the instructional services department. So we do a lot of professional development. We come up with the district professional development plan for the year. And here are some of the items that we conduct during the year. So each year, or most years, we've put on a 2-day teacher boot camp to kick off the school year. This year, it relied heavily on conducting professional development for our 2 new math adoptions for elementary and middle school, and then also providing avid professional development for our high school team. And then a lot of these other items happen monthly. So we offer new teacher professional development. It's an opportunity for our new teachers to come in, get support, and we open that up to anybody because a lot of times even our most veteran teachers are interested in collaborating with our new teachers or just honing their skills. We also provide differentiation workshops, and our GATE teachers are required to come to these workshops, but we open it up to everybody because we want everyone to have the opportunity to learn. Workshop Wednesdays. Right now we're doing a book study, and so it's a series that goes on throughout the year. And then during the school day, we provide professional developments and work with our EL leads who will be providing professional development when they go back to their sites on how best to improve outcomes for our English language learners. We provide lots of professional development around curriculum. And then early release, my team provides professional development one of the early releases each month. And then also, we assist sites on their testing schedule for LPAC, CASP, iReady, and then those 2 contractual professional development days. So this year it's in October and January, but years after we have changed that in the contract. So also anything to do with curriculum and assessment falls to the Instructional Services Department. So most recently we adopted new mathematics curriculum for elementary and middle school, which you guys approved last year. And then also we adopted the Zahner-Bloser handwriting curriculum due to a change in law. And then right now we're just beginning to pilot a new curriculum for transitional kindergarten because the birth date is moving back once again, and next year we will start to have 3-year-olds, and we really need to have a curriculum that reflects the needs of those very young learners. So by the end of this year, we'll be bringing that to you guys. And then assessment, that's just a sampling of the assessments that we do within our district, but within those assessments, my team does a lot of data analysis, looking at where our students are, what are the strengths that we have going on at sites, grade levels with certain student groups, and then where are the areas of needs and how best we can support those areas of needs through curriculum, professional development, and so forth. Go ahead. And then a big chunk of what we do in instructional services is data reporting. Most of the data that we report to the state that involves students comes from my office. So CalPads, which we work close with Mr. Intezari because that also is tied to our funding. So we report who our students are, what groups they belong to, and then also we report student outcomes, and then we partner with Kern County Superintendent of Schools, so that way we can access the Kern Integrated Data System, which is a huge help for data, not just in my department, but Mr. Intezari's department, and then also at the school site. We also work very closely with THS because we want to ensure that our courses map appropriately. So when our students go to a four-year university, that they get credit for the courses that they completed. So if they're A through G, we want to make sure that the courses that we say are A through G are in fact A through G. And then also we report to CRDC to make sure that we're not disproportionately suspending students or that we don't have any kind of discrimination happening on our campuses. And then if we do get a CRDC report, sometimes we're involved, sometimes it doesn't involve us. And then also we do get to work with students sometimes, which is probably our most favorite thing to do. So we provide enrichment opportunities, and a lot of that, we have one board that highlights when we get to work with students. So we take third graders to Mountain Park, as you guys are well aware. Fifth graders go to Mountain Park. This year we added our trip to Catalina. And then also we take everybody to Starbase in fifth grade across our district, where they cover all of the science standards throughout the year. And then also we set up all of the enrichment activities. So right now we have enrichment clubs at the school, and then during the summer we have enrichment opportunities for students. And so that, I just wanted to be brief because I know that you have a lot on the agenda tonight, but I did put a quote up there. A smooth sea never made a skilled sailor, and I think this resonated with me because instruction has a lot of moving parts, and we are always pivoting to address new identified needs. This may be new state requirements, effects of COVID and distance learning, but we all continue to get better and develop new talents as we go through these changes. So that's all I have for the bulletin boards.
Thank you, Mrs. Paxton.
I
And you
think
have the
I'm-
next report.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think so.
Attendance and future events update.
Okay. Okay, so our enrollment compared to last year at this week, we're down 113 students. One thing that's not on here, but on our census day, we're actually pretty even, but just this week, we're down compared to last year at this time. And then for attendance, so year to date, we're 92.98% for our attendance rate, which is slightly down from last year when we were at 93.26%. Most of our school sites are up compared to last year. Not all of them, but some of them. And one thing I thought was interesting is we also kind of changed the protocol around attendance reporting for Monroe and Tila, which I think is why we see the significant difference between last year and this year. And then upcoming dates.
Excuse me, was there any questions or comments from the board? No? Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Upcoming dates, we're very near to winter break, right? We just need to get to the end of the week. We have some minimum days on the horizon. We also have Monroe's graduation, which is December 18th from 6 to 8 in the THS gym. One thing I wanted to note that's not on here is the choir concert at JMS was moved, and so it also will be on December 18th in the cafe at 6 o'clock. And then this Friday, we have a minimum day along with Thursday, and then our next board meeting is January 14th. And then also one thing that's not on here is Sipping with the Soup. Mr. Entazari and I will be attending that at Conan's on January 7th.
Thank you for doing that for us, Mrs. Paxton. It's appreciated. TAT update, Ms. Bowman.
Good evening. President Kaminsky, school board members, and the public. My name is Val Bowman, and I am the president of the Tehachapi Association of Teachers. First of all, TAT would like to congratulate trustees Wood, Kelly, and Napier for their reelection to the TUSD board, and welcome trustee Christensen. You have a big job ahead of you. Not only will you be a part of a team making decisions for students and staff, but will have to maintain relationships within the community as well as with the unions. This means a good school board member must have a clear vision of their goals for the district. This requires a lot of study and thought. It is important to understand the factors affecting student performance and then work cooperatively with a team to develop realistic goals for improvement. Listening to and being willing to hear other points of view will allow for each member's input to build policy. Of course, that also means attendance is imperative. First semester ends Friday, and I, along with everyone I work with, students included, are ready for the break. We have 3 sleeps until we have the break. It has been an interesting semester, to say the least. It is strange to see the superintendent seat empty, but it is important the right person, interim and permanent, go into that position. TAT is disappointed not to have been included in the selection of the interim superintendent position, since this person's decisions will impact all the stakeholders within the TUSD community. However, TAT will always strive to create the best environment for students and staff. We hope the union and the interim will find common ground so all results are evenly balanced. TAT would still like to be an integral part of the superintendent selection process. We are thankful to the Learning Associates, I hope that's right, I hope that's the name of them, Learning Associates? Leadership Associates, for the series of meetings held a couple of weeks ago that allowed stakeholders to give input, and we're hopeful that the desires and concerns will play a part in the decision-making. Finally, the holidays are upon us, and this is a time to take a breather from education. We're so ready. TAT hopes everyone has a good holiday. You can spend it however you wish, doing whatever you want, and everybody returned safely in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman, and whatever you did to your arm, I hope that heals before January 6th.
I was wrestling alligators and I tore the rotator cuff.
I hate when that happens.
I know, it flipped me and it's all fixed now, but I can tell it's fixed. It feels good, but thanks
Good,
for
good.
asking. Yeah.
CSEA update. Seeing no one, board communications.
I have a couple. I just wanted to
Trustee
thank-
Wood?
Thank
Clerk Wood.
Deanna Barnes. She put a fabulous new board package ready for Dana, and I never got one, and so when I saw it, she really did a good job, so thank you, and I'm sure Dana appreciates it too. And then also to Hojak and Ms. Paxton for going to Sipping with the Soup. They didn't miss a beat. I mean, parents came and they were really good. So I'm glad that they're going again. So thank you.
Very good. Anybody else? I have two. About a week and a half ago, each trustee received an 8-page missive with attachments listing complaints about former Superintendent Larson Everson and current employees. The authors claimed to be teachers at 4 different school sites. Many of the complaints were gossip, some about employees that haven't been with TUSD for years. One more current rumor was soon disproven by an investigation aided by one of our legal firms that we employ for such matters. There were no signatures claiming authorship. Because of the size of the correspondence, I reached out to the group by sending a letter via the return address on the envelope. An offer was made to communicate by myself to the group via personal email, cell phone, and/or text message. As of this morning, I had received nothing in reply. I can only assume that perhaps the return address was fictitious or that the group's intention was not to engage in serious dialogue. Therefore, I am not forwarding the missive to the interim superintendent. On the other hand, there have been a few letters sent to me or some other trustees that have been signed by employees and therefore taken much more seriously. Those will be shared with the interim superintendent upon his approval by the board and upon his first day of employment per his contract. I encourage anyone with concerns that they do not feel have been addressed to follow the chain of command, immediate supervisor, that person's immediate supervisor, and so on. TUSD's growth and improvement can only occur if all of us communicate in an open, mature, and responsible manner. My second communication is Vice President Kelly, Trustee-elect Christensen, and myself attended the California School Board Association Annual Education Conference in Anaheim. It started Thursday, December 5th, and ended on Saturday, the 7th. And I thought because this is public money, I would describe what I experienced, the sessions I went to briefly, so people can understand what education we as board members need to do. The first general session on December 5th, Thursday, was by Dr. Lori Santos, professor at Yale University on she teaches a lot more, but she spoke on happiness. More of her, I will give more on her Freeline course on happiness taken by over 3 million people, keyword free, by Yale University. The first breakout session was current legal issues facing governing boards, guidance for board members. Topics included new California laws on artificial intelligence, parent notification and student privacy rights, school board members' free speech, and a lawsuit against the Public Employee Relations Board brought by the Visalia Unified School District. A small school district's facilities session was put on by former CV principal Julie Bush and her difficult navigation improving the facilities at her former district, Maple School District. Julie is now working at KCSOS. Building a united governance team for transformational leadership, the team from Visalia Unified shared their journey after hiring a new superintendent in 2022, where they developed a strategic plan starting from scratch. Their efforts earned them the CSBA Governance Team of the Year in 2023. On Friday, December 6th, How to Lead When You Don't Get Along. This session was led by Dr. Sapita Yao, who traveled to Tehachapi about a year ago to lead the board through a self-evaluation. Dr. Yao's main points was to listen to each other, ask questions, and demonstrate respect. In my opinion, while trustees will and have disagreed on topics, we have improved in these regards, especially with respect. We can always improve on things, and that is why I attended this particular session. I then attended the superintendent evaluation training, best practices. In attending this session, I realized the past practice was not the best. I will share with the remainder of the board in a future workshop. General session number 2, Dr. Corey Lathan shared her development of Cosmobot, an educational robot that assists children with disabilities. This was a look into the future use of technology. These general sessions are usually attended by all the attendees, all the board members, superintendents that are there, and that number's in about 4,000. Breakout session that day was, I heard from Menifee Unified Board President and the superintendent there on how they developed a strategic plan. This was to piggyback on the Visalia USD presentation from the previous day. Hearing how they worked as a district, it was quite encouraging. I will share with the rest of the board and new superintendent once selected. Then on Saturday, I went to enhancing school safety protocols through strategic communication and training, a swatting call lockdown case study. This presentation was from leadership from La Cañada USD to share their experiences after a swatting incident occurred there this past April. I'll ask the interim superintendent to allow me to share with the TUSD leadership. I believe it will be a valuable addition to our security plans. And then the last general session, attendance was sparse as this was the final session on a Saturday of a 3-day conference. Those not there missed an interesting presentation by Sam Stanton, who tried to demystify AI for those present and showed the positive aspects of educators using AI in their preparations. And that's all I have. Anybody else? With that, we will go to public comments. Christy Libatique.
Gotta get my glasses on. Good evening. My name is Christy Libatique, and I am both a principal in this district and a parent of a sophomore. I'm here today with a simple request that I believe will help strengthen our school community and build more trust between the board and the families we serve. First, I want to thank you for the hard work you put in. I know these decisions that are made are important for the future of our students. That said, I'd like to ask you to reconsider how closed sessions are held during the meetings. I understand that certain topics need to be discussed privately, but having closed sessions that last for an undetermined amount of time without an estimated end can make the community feel left out and discourage people from staying or attending at all. Parents, staff, and community members want to feel included and informed about what's happening with the decisions that impact their kids. I ask the board to consider changing the format of closed sessions to be more welcoming and to encourage more participation. For example, you could hold closed sessions all the closed session at the end of the meeting, schedule them on a separate day, hold them before the public meeting starts, and then start the open session on time. This way, families and community members would feel their time is respected and they are more connected to the process. Transparency and trust are key to building a strong school community, and these small changes could make a big difference in how we all engage with the decisions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for the suggestions. Are there any other public comments? Ms. Elliott?
There. Claudia Elliott, I just want to second everything she said. I remember, do you guys remember those poor little Girl Scouts that sat here for 2 hours last year? That was shameful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. Any other public comments? Oh, hi, Mr. Mano, didn't recognize you at first. Come on up.
I would also like to back up what Mrs. Libatique said, because I've had AP students come here to listen to board meetings, and they show up. And I understand you guys have things you need to talk about privately, but a lot of them, I was grading their work tonight, and they came and they got cupcakes and then left after an hour sitting here. So that would be great to move the closed sessions to the end, just for a number of reasons. So thank you for that.
Thank you as well. Let's see. Consent agenda. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent items shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. When any board member requests the removal of an item from the consent agenda, the item shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. On this agenda, does any board member wish to pull any of the items for separate discussion? Seeing none, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Kelly, I make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper, to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Business Department, Mr. Intezari. Number 1, presentation and adoption of resolution number 01 DEC 24, positive certification of the first interim report for 2024-2025. Mr. Intezari.
Did you skip something? No? Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Today I'm going to be presenting on the first interim, which is reporting this is our first formal budget revision opportunity. Are we okay?
Did you skip something?
I skipped it before, yeah, it's rather important. Public employee appointment and approval of employment contract, job title interim superintendent. See, I didn't see it because I'd already moved my cursor up. There it is. So the next item for consideration is the proposed contract for Francis Lynch as interim superintendent. The compensation is at a daily rate. While the contract is set to expire on June 30th, 2025, Mr. Lynch can be released from the contract on 30 days' notice. And some of the highlights in the contract, his duties are to review all policies adopted by the board and make appropriate recommendations to the board, evaluate or cause to be evaluated all district employees as required by law and district policy, advise board of all possible funding sources that might be available to implement present or contemplated district programs. D, establish and maintain positive community staff and board relations. E, serve as liaison to the board with respect to employer-employee relations and make recommendations to the board concerning those matters and recommend district goals and objectives for the ensuing year or years. The term of the employment begins January 6, 2025 and terminates at the earlier of June 30th, 2025, or any of the following events: district's termination of this contract and interim superintendent employment due to failure to provide district with fingerprint clearance prior to January 6, 2025, interim superintendent's resignation with at least 30 days advance written notice, district's termination of this contract and interim superintendent's employment due to failure to maintain a valid credential, certificate, or authorization, district's termination of this contract and interim superintendent employment on 30 days advance written notice. In the event district exercises this option, no further payment or benefits shall be owing to the interim superintendent beyond the 30-day notice period. And compensation, health, and welfare benefits. The interim superintendent shall provide the services described in paragraph 3 in exchange for a payment at the daily rate of $880 for each full day of service rendered based on a verified schedule of workdays submitted to the district monthly by the 10th of each month. Interim superintendent shall be entitled to those health and welfare benefits, including life insurance, provided to management personnel of the district. C, the annualized rate of pay for the interim superintendent services shall not be less than the minimum or exceed the maximum amount paid to other local superintendents performing comparable duties. Payment will be made monthly by payroll warrant with appropriate withholdings required by law and other legally authorized deductions, including contributions to CalSTRS. District agrees to maintain accurate records of the interim superintendent's earnings and report those earnings monthly to CalSTRS and interim superintendent. Going down to business expenses, the interim superintendent shall be reimbursed for all actual and necessary business expenses, including travel-related expenses and mileage permitted by the district policy or incurred with prior approval of the board. Interim superintendent shall provide appropriate documentation to support expenses for which reimbursement is requested. Technology and cell phone allowance. District shall furnish interim superintendent with appropriate technology to assist him in performing his duties, including but not limited to a laptop computer and internet access. The interim superintendent shall be required to maintain a cell phone and active cell phone data service plan for use on district business. He will receive an allowance of $100 per month to help compensate for these expenses. And that's all the items, the highlights, so to speak, of the contract. Is there a motion to approve the contract of employment for the interim superintendent as circulated to the board?
I'd like to say something.
Okay, I'm just
Okay,
reading.
I've just, at this time, I'm just letting you know that I'll be voting no for this. I was not comfortable with the process that we followed for the interim superintendent.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the contract of employment for the interim superintendent as circulated to the board?
Kelly, I make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Napier to approve the contract of employment for the interim superintendent as circulated to the board. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No,
Motion carries 6-1. Mr. Lynch, would you like to come up? He's ready, I tell you. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Just number it there.
17th, correct?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you, looking forward to it.
Do you want to address? Sure. Before Mr. Lynch addresses the board and the attendees to the meeting, I won't call him Francis anymore. He goes by Frank. Anyway, go ahead, Frank.
Thank you. I just wanted to say good evening to the board members, public that's here.
I'm currently enjoying my 27th year in education and really look forward to this opportunity. I thank you for having faith in me to step forward and take on this role. I'm looking forward to working with our labor partners and getting started with that right away and making sure that things keep moving in a positive direction, because that's kind of my role as the interim, and then we'll see what things we can do together moving forward. So again, I thank you for the opportunity. I'm looking forward very much to being here. And I just want you to know that from the minute I walked in the door, and actually from when I met some of you at the CSBA conference, I have felt nothing but welcomed, and everybody has been friendly and positive, and it just makes me want to be here that much more. So again, I thank you.
Thank you. Let's see.
Now we can go to business. Now we can move on.
If I can find my cursor.
Just saying.
Man, my thing's kind of crazy. There we go. All right, Mr. Antazari. Item 1, presentation and adoption of resolution number 01-DEC24, positive certification of the first interim report for 2024-2025.
Thank you very much, President Kaminsky. I invite anyone that would like to follow along on the financials to go to page 17 of the attachment. That will bring you to what's titled 2024-2025 General Fund Summary of Unrestricted and Restricted Revenues, Expenditures, and Changes in Fund Balance, page 17. The reason I bring you there is just to make sure that we all feel that we're on the same page and understanding if there was any single page in the financials that I would point out to anyone that wanted to understand the fiscal condition of a school district, it would be this, because it combines all revenues, all expenses, shows you your fund balance, what you start with, what you're projected to end the year with. And so this is just a really important document, which is going to correlate to the presentation. So the first interim, the reason why it says as of October 31st is because this is the first official revision to our budget. October 31st is a key date because it has given us sufficient time. It's almost 3 months worth of school. By then, we would have understood what our enrollment population is, how frequently they're coming to school, really have an understanding, because that is what drives our revenues. It's still a little early for on the expense side, right? We have sometimes we experience savings because of but when we budget to start the year, we assume that the positions are going to be filled the entire year, but that's not normal when you have almost 600 employees. So the expenses are more something that we nail down when we get closer to the second interim, when we report as of January 31st. But we still have a lot to talk about in expenses. Normally, we wouldn't be focusing on expenses for first interim because we're not normally closed with negotiations, and normally your supplies, October 31st is about 25% of the way done with the school year, so there really hasn't been that much activity. But this year, we are actually closed with all of our negotiations, so our projections do include them, and we're able to make really educated guesses on what the end of the year is going to look like. Next slide, please. So just, we're going to cover just overview of school funding, talk about the local control funding formula, go over general fund revenues and expenses. We're also going to talk about state and federal programs, which we refer to as the restricted programs, talk about our multi-year projections and why that's important, and then discuss timelines for future reporting. Next slide, please. So here, the school funding overview. So as many of you recall, before the school year starts, we have what's called the Local Control Accountability Plan, where Instructional Services puts together a lengthy document aligning goals and actions that are going to address student needs and address how the funding that we get for student attendance is going to align with those goals and actions. And so the local control funding formula is essentially our main funding source. It's $48 million for this year. And what it does is it calculates based on your student enrollment, the grades they're in, their socioeconomic classifications, and as well as the rate that they come to school, right? Their actual attendance, not just enrolled in school, but attending school. That's a key driver for our revenue. And so what local control funding formula does is it sets up an entitlement. It tells you how much you're supposed to get. So we get our property taxes, right? That rarely meets a school district's entitlement. And then the state, through multiple combinations of programs, will make up the difference. So if property taxes went down to 0, the state would essentially have to chip in more money to reach our entitlement. So unrestricted versus restricted. Unrestricted doesn't mean that it doesn't come with restrictions. It just essentially means that it's for the reasonable expenses to operate a school district. Versus the restricted, when we're talking about those funding sources, we're talking about Title I, a federal program for a very specific population of student, special education population of student. They normally have very specific reasons or purposes for the money, and so we account for them separately. So when we talk about the interim, we're mainly focused on the general fund, Fund 01, because that's where that's for the purposes of operating a K-12 district. We do have an adult education fund, we have a nutritional services fund, capital facilities fund, but the most of the activity is going to be in the general fund, so that's why we focus on that for first interim. Next slide. Any questions so far? No? Okay, great. All right, so this slide is going to compare the revenues. So the board approves the budget is required to approve before July 1st. We present twice in June, which means that these projections are essentially happening in May. How are you supposed to know how many kids are going to come to school, how frequently? You know, it's kind of a guessing game. But over time, we've been getting pretty good at it. And so when we developed the budget that got approved in June for this year, we were expecting about $48.1 million. And so now with our actual projections, now that we have a little clearer picture of our enrollment and attendance rates, we're projecting $48.2 million. So I know that the superintendent monthly was reporting that our enrollment is less than it was previously for the same time. So how could we be this close? But it's important to remember that we developed this at the end of last year, where we had fewer students than we did at the start of this year. So while the trend is downward, it's kind of difficult in Tehachapi because we do also have an increasing population. So we do project a 1% year-over-year decline. But when we were conservatively estimating the number of enrolled students, it kind of happened to align where our LCFF projections as of right now are on target. So that's really good news because I think a lot of districts are seeing that number trend down, 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 starting to not be able to certify positively, which I'll go into more detail about. Federal revenues, no. So federal revenues, those numbers get updated during the year, and because of the work of instructional services and trying to really capture those students that qualify as either low-income, language learners, anyone that would qualify for increased funding, they have really made an effort to capture those students. We incentivize, well, they're a priority group, but you know, now that the free and reduced lunch is essentially gone and all lunches are free, we've been using transportation as a way to incentivize parents that, you know, please report, you know, if you are part, you know, if you meet this needy classification, you get prioritized transportation as the state allows, and it also helps us capture supplemental dollars because, you know, those students just historically, or at least the way California sees it, they need more money because they have greater need. So that has increased to a little over 5%. State revenues are pretty flat, and then the other revenues increased by 11%. That's just other money that comes in. For example, we were not projecting in May that CAL FIRE would come in during the summer and pay $110,000 for use of a facility, right? So that gets incorporated in there, interest, any fees that we collect, stuff like that. So here for revenue, we're looking pretty consistent at 62.4 million. So that category just in the middle is telling you what we've actually received in revenue as of October 31st, just to kind of align and show you, is that on pace, right? So by October 31st, we had about 14.5 million in revenue. That's about 25% of the 62 million. So we're on track. So revenues, we're doing about as expected or a little better. Next slide. Expenditures. So this is, I've been really thinking about lately. And so just to show you, this is showing what we're currently projecting on the unrestricted side, right? So the general fund mostly paid for by the local control funding formula. Then the column on the restricted side is showing you what we're paying in those state and federal grants and entitlements. And then the combined column is just adding them both up. And then the percentage is showing you what that is in comparison to what we previously had budgeted. So it's hard to get all of this information, but we want to be transparent about where are we in this current projection compared to previously. It was pointed out to me that if you add up all the amounts in the unrestricted and the restricted, they do not add up to those total columns, the totals at the bottom. So that is because we have what's called contributions to restricted programs, but you'll see that they align with the expenses detailed in the report. So the contributions to restricted program, the second to last line, so what that $9.1 million means is that the unrestricted money is going to the restricted side, primarily to pay for special education, right? Because the federal and state funds do not come anywhere near covering. We also have a requirement to contribute to routine restricted maintenance. So the combined, if you add up those numbers, will equal the total. And just want to quickly walk through. So we have some deviations from the adopted budget, of course, because there was more information, right? We closed bargaining, people come and go, we fill different positions, people retire. So on the certificated and classified salaries, they're about as projected. Employee benefits with a slight increase, 8.8%. Books and supplies, you'll notice that we have a 50% increase. So we had budgeted about 4 million, but we're at 6.1 million. So, and I know that's a big number, but we'll talk about that more, but that's a big thing I want to touch on. For services, we're looking at a 9.9% increase from originally budgeted. A lot of that has to do with utilities and those kinds of services that are just becoming more and more expensive. Going down, capital expenditures, that's a decrease of 35.9% because we're trying to save money, right? If other things are expensive, the money has to come from somewhere. So we reduce our, big projects, right? Because that's not what the operating account is for. Sometimes we do have aging facilities, so we do have to make those investments, but, only when the resources allow. So going down, we're looking at $70.8 million, which is a 6.02% increase from what was originally budgeted. Any questions on that? Okay, good. An opportunity to explain. All right, so next slide, please. So here's just a breakdown of the variances. So obviously the elephant in the room is why are expenditures exceeding projected revenues? Well, our adopted budget did project of about $5 million in deficit spending. Right? Primarily, it's important to remember that's all combined, the unrestricted and the restricted side. So we did start out the year with $29.5 million in combined fund balance. So this isn't something that is necessarily a reason to be concerned because we are still recommending a positive certification that we could afford our ongoing obligations for this year and the next 2 years. But obviously there's going to need to be some things addressed. So specifically, bringing that up is I wanted to point out that the current projections reflect an increase on the unrestricted side, so the money that we get from attendance, of only $323,844. So the lion's share of that increase, that other $1.5 million, is on the restricted side. Grant money that we're supposed to spend has timelines. That's money that we're supposed to spend down. So even though the expenses are increasing, it's to meet various needs of the district, whether it's curriculum, fixtures in classrooms, like, new lines, furniture, things like that. So these are just important investments that we've been making using those restricted funds. For our multi-year projections, a big cause for concern for all school districts in California is the increasing cost of CalPERS. If your entire classified, if that classification made the same amount next year, didn't move up on step and column, didn't get a raise, they would still be more expensive. By no fault of their own, that's just the system, and it continues to project being increased, which is difficult because the teacher's retirement system has been steady. So this is just something important that we do acknowledge that we do need to balance growing obligations with fiscal stability. Next slide, please. So for the multi-year fiscal outlook, as I mentioned, we are recommending a positive certification because the district can demonstrate that we're able to meet our fiscal obligations for this year and the next 2 years. But attendance is a big driver of our revenue, and I want to point out that while we are in a better position than most California school districts, we do have a challenge because pointing out in 22-23, the district benefited from being able to average their ADA, the average daily attendance, that number, the enrollment prorated for how often they come to school. So then last year, we were also benefiting from the average. It used to be current year or prior year. So that average is the state's attempt to make it a soft landing for a lot of districts. Fortunately, this year, we're projecting to use our current ADA. But as you can see next year, because it's projected to go down, we're still going to be funded at 24-25 ADA unless next year is for some reason higher. So the number is starting to trend down. And even though we've been able to have a higher funded ADA as compared to what our actual ADA is, we're eventually having to meet that moment where we're going to get funded based on the actual students we have for how often they actually come to school. And that's something that needs to be reflected in our budget. So one-time funding, as was presented to everyone for multiple years, our ESSER funds, the COVID-related funds, have been used to fund a lot of services, a lot of interventions, a lot of additional requirements like, Chromebooks. That's been something that we've been not excited about having to carry on the general fund because we have about 10,000 Chromebooks out there. We had them in classrooms, we had them at home, and who knows where a lot of those are. But it's just a growing challenge because it is something that we need to meet, but at the same time, it's just because we had them doesn't mean that we need to continue to have them if we can't find a way to afford them. So the one-time funding, we're still funded off the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So all those positions that were carried on the ESSER funds are now on the last remaining one-time funding. And so finding a home for those positions is a priority, or at least making sure to do an assessment on their effectiveness and how we can make sure that they can be included. For multi-year projections, we utilized the recommended 2.93% for 25-26 and 3.08% for 26-27. And while that does increase revenues, what this multi-year projection doesn't account for is any changes in bargaining, doesn't account for continued inflation costs, right? So even though we can demonstrate that we can meet our obligations, the multi-year projection does reflect that we would be going down from almost starting the year with almost 30 million to getting down to a little more than 12 million by the end of the second year. And that's not sustainable. So although we're only legally required to project out 2 years, if you had me project out 5 years, we'd be in really big trouble. So clearly, just bottom line is that there is some reduced spending that needs to occur. Any questions?
Go ahead.
Vice President Kelly, go ahead.
Okay, if you can remind me, and once I do appreciate all the information and the numbers, it really does help. At this time last year, or excuse me, at the end of last year, I don't remember us going down that far. Was it really that low of a number?
Yes, I would say that it might have been different by a few million, but not
substantial.
But that's because now we've increased in this year's projection. But it was, I mean, I can pull up the specific multi-year projection that we had provided, but it was reflecting not great numbers.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Now, the current board policy is for reserves to be at 9%. What are they projected to be at the end of this year?
We continue to have the restriction for, my apologies, what is it labeled? The reserve for economic uncertainty at 9% as required by the board.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions on the projection or expenditures?
Yeah, and I'm hoping you have it off the top of your head. So we're looking at increased deficit spending above the roughly 5 million this year. And then we're looking at, well, let's just say roughly, we're looking at 5 million plus for the next 3 years, each year. Is that about right?
Okay, so the way it's reflected in the multi-year projection is that because the restricted program, there wouldn't be money in there, but I can't move them anywhere because we haven't formally done that. So the increase in contribution would go up by 1.75 million next year. So you're already contributing $9 million to the restricted side for SPED, for maintenance, right? But to maintain these services, it would go up about 1.7 million next year. So I incorporated that because these are costs that we really have. I wouldn't just say, oh, well, we're gonna not have those positions anymore. There has to be formal action. So in reflecting that, if the district were to, if the unrestricted side were to contribute for these programs, could you afford it for now in the next 2 years? Yes. So we wouldn't have what's called a qualified certification. That means, well, you might be able to meet it if you did these things. We still can, but in order to avoid being qualified the following year, there are some things that we would have to do. It's important to remember that for the first interim, the focus is on the revenues, and for the expenses, they're pretty conservatively estimated. They're not reflecting us, let's say, not backfilling a position and deciding to close it. It's not reflecting utilizing restricted funds, transferring unrestricted expenses over to using the grant funds. So, because right now, let's say I have $500,000 that I spent on the unrestricted side, and there's an available $500,000 on the grant side, it would show both of those expenses. But if that's one of the things that we decide, okay, we're going to have to use up this grant fund, then it would be, right now it's like double counted because it's conservatively estimated on the expense side. So obviously the goal is to reduce those expenses as much as possible, either not backfilling positions, getting rid of vacant positions that might no longer be needed, utilizing grant funds. For example, we had a lot of money left over from the arts, music, instructional materials block grant, so that we were hoping to use for next year. But, if I need textbooks, then that's going to trump, additional supplies. So these are just conservatively what's estimated for the expenses, just showing that if we continued on this path, this is where we would be. But we certainly see the need to have to reduce, the need to say no, going back to how public schools used to be, where, you had to prioritize a list of 10 needs. They were all good ideas, but if you can't do all 10, you just have to prioritize in what's important and what you can either delay to next year or find some kind of compromise. But I just wanted to point out that these are conservative estimates based on current spending.
So we're not anywhere near, even at the continued spending that we're talking about tonight, we're still not anywhere close to that 9% minimum, but it is still something to keep in mind.
Yeah, the concern would be in 2027, 2028, but I had been talking about 2025 when I first started talking about the ESSER dollars and all the positions, and it's here.
Thank you very much.
All right, so next slide, please. So So just to go over the timeline, so in January, that'll be when the governor proposes the budget for the following year. And then that gives us a little more information, but obviously it could be subject to change. March is when we will report our second interim, so that's the next opportunity to formally revise the budget. By then, we're about at the top, where we could see in the distance, have a better picture of what our expenses look like, already have a good idea of where our revenues are going to be, and then that would be reported to the board in March. And then in May is when the governor formally revises his budget, and then we our corresponding action would be in June to use that information to drive our projections, because the health of the state economy is directly reflected in our budget. That's it. Next slide. Any other questions?
Do they share at the county office how many of the 50-some districts in the county have reached a positive certification this year?
I don't know. They might tell us. I know that everybody's been positive recently, and the person that we're assigned in a brief discussion had said that more and more districts are reporting a qualified certification because they're in kind of trouble. We've seen a lot of districts where they were spending their block grants at the same time as the COVID money, versus we'd never spent those dollars at the same time. They just carried over.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Intezari. Let me get back to my agenda. Item 2, adoption of resolution number 02-DEC24, annual and 5-year accounting development fees for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Mr. Intezari.
President Kaminsky, I think we need to vote on the resolution
Oh, okay, sorry.
for the first interim.
It's recommended the board approve adoption of resolution number 01-DEC24, positive certification of the first interim report for 2024-2025 as presented. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Sweeney. The board approve adoption of resolution number 01-DEC24, positive certification of the first interim report for 2024-2025 as presented. And as it's a resolution, there's a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Now, number 2, adoption of resolution number 02-DEC24, annual and 5-year accounting development fees for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Education Code authorizes the school district to levy a fee against any development project within their district for the construction or reconstruction of school facilities. So the district charges $4.08 per livable residential square footage of new construction. And then we also charge various amounts for commercial construction. The idea is that whatever this development is going to produce more students that need more classroom space, et cetera. So we are legally required to provide an accounting by the end of the year for the previous, by the end of the calendar year for the previous fiscal year. And so this report summarizes that the Fund 25, the Capital Facilities Fund, where the developer fee money is deposited, had a beginning fund balance at July 1st, 2023 of $1.9 million. The district collected $646,049.17 in residential and commercial developer fees and earned $71,285.93 in interest. For the year, the district expended $2,900 related to administrative expenditures. And for 23-24, these activities resulted in an ending fund balance of $2,645,935.62. And it's important to note that the district does not have any fees collected that have been unspent within 5 years.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion to the board adopt resolution number 02-DEC24, annual and 5-year accounting development fees for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024 as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved resolution number 02-DEC24 annual and 5-year accounting development fees for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024 as presented. And this is a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 3, approval of resolution number 03-DEC24, delegation of signature authority. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. This resolution is being brought forward to you to remove the previous superintendent as an authorized signer for the district due to the interim superintendent classification. We weren't sure if that was what the board might want to have them on as an authorized signer, but currently the two other remaining would be myself in my capacity as Chief Administrator of Business Services and Mrs. Andrea Paxton as Chief Administrator of Instructional Services. But these are the two remaining authorized signers that we want to maintain, and we seek your approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? I need a motion to approve resolution number 03-DEC24, delegation of signature authority as presented.
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Sweeney. The board approved resolution number 03-DEC24, delegation of signature authority. Roll call vote, Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Number 4, approval of the application for funding agricultural career technical education incentive grant 2024-2025. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Tehachapi High School is applying for the Agricultural Career Technical Education Incentive Grant for the 24-25 school year. The grant application included a budget for books and supplies, services, and other operating expenses and capital outlay for a total amount of $7,040. And we seek your approval for this application.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I need a motion for the board to approve the application for funding agricultural career technical education incentive grant 2024-2025 as presented.
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the application for funding agricultural career technical education incentive grant 2024-2025 as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Number 5, approval of the agreement between Bloom Consulting, Texas, and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Bloom Consulting is being engaged to conduct a transition assessment in accordance with IDEA and state law requirements related to special education. The agreement's for $2,750 and would be funded by the budget allocated to Special Education Department for professional services. We seek your approval for the agreement.
This is for a particular student.
Yes.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Bloom Consulting, Texas, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It's motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Sweeney. The board approved the agreement between Bloom Consulting, Texas, and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Number 6, approval of the agreement between Terrio Physical Therapy and Fitness and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The provider is being engaged to provide occupational therapy in accordance with IDEA and state law requirements for SPED for his particular student. The services are estimated not to exceed $6,000, funded by the budget for professional services allocated to the Special Education Department. We seek your approval. Any questions or comments from the board?
Do I have a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Terrio Physical Therapy and Fitness and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
Kelly, a second.
This motion by trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approve the agreement between Terrio Physical Therapy and Fitness and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Number 7, approval of the agreement between King Educational Services and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The provider will conduct a psychoeducational evaluation in accordance with IDA and state law requirements related to special education for a particular student. The cost of the services is estimated not to exceed $5,150, funded by the budget allocated for professional services to the Special Education Department. We seek your approval for the agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the agreement between King Educational Services and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the agreement between King Educational Services and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Number 8, approval of the memorandum of understanding between Reach University and Tehachapi Unified School District Intern Teacher Credential Program. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. This is a no-cost agreement that allows the district to establish a partnership with the university to support current and future student-teacher internship requests. This is opportunistic for the district in order to establish a partnership for current and future recruitment needs. We seek your approval for the MOU.
Any questions or comments from the board? I have a question. Where is Reach University? Is it, I'm assuming online, but it's got to be based.
It's up north. It's an accredited university through the California Department of Education that has an approved program for it.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. Do I have a motion for the board to approve the memorandum of understanding between Reach University and the Tehachapi Unified School District Intern Teacher Credential Program as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the memorandum of understanding between Reach University and Tehachapi Unified School District Intern Teacher Credential Program. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And number 9, approval of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete at THS. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Tehachapi High School is seeking to declare used football helmets that are no longer of service to the athletics department or weight stands. They would like to declare them surplus to properly dispose, and we seek your approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion the board approve declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete at THS?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete at THS. So roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Intezari. Mrs. Paxton, Instructional Services. Item 1 is an information item, California School Dashboard Report.
Okay, so the dashboard was released the beginning of the month. So if you recall from last year's presentation, the California School Dashboard is an accountability system that uses multiple measures that allows for parents and community members to assess how schools and districts are meeting the needs of students and then compare them from school to school and district to district. The dashboard measures a variety of areas that includes academic performance in English language arts, mathematics,
graduation and attendance rate, suspension rates, the college and career indicator, which this is the first year that it's had a color since COVID, English learner progress, which we also call ELPI, science, which is new to the dashboard this year and does not generate a color but will next year, and then local measures that we collect the data on and then report to the CDE. And so this is just a snapshot of what a dashboard looks like. There's multiple reports within the dashboard, and this is one that you can go onto the dashboard and see where all of our schools are on any of the measures. But how the colors are generated, it's if there has been improvement or if we've declined in an area, and then what that rate of performance is. So if our students are scoring very low to very high, and then if we maintained our progress from last year or increased or declined. And so one thing I wanted to start out with is our demographics, because it has been shifting from the last 2 years. So on the column on the left, we have student demographics from 2023 and then 2024. And so when Mr. Entezari is talking about declining enrollment, this is taken from Census Day. And our enrollment from this year, 24-25, we're at 4,156. So very close to the enrollment that we had in 2023. One thing that I think is important to point out is our socioeconomically disadvantaged group continues to grow, and we've seen a growth in that group this year as well. So for this year, 44.5% of our students are identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged, so that is a growing group. English learners, actually, that group is declined this year. We're about 5%. Foster youth, we've declined. We're at 0.7%. But one thing to note, which I'm sure you notice, we're having a lot of expenditures towards students with disabilities because that is a growing group. We continue to increase in that group, and that has followed suit for this year. Currently, we're at 14.9% for the 24-25 school year. And so earlier in this school year, I went over the preliminary CASP results. And so I just put this up here as just to remind us what we reviewed earlier in the year, because the results that I went over did not take into account CASP participation rates. And one thing I did discuss when we went over this is on the dashboard, if we didn't meet the 95% threshold of students that completed CASP scores, in order to make up that difference, what the ETS does is they generate the lowest score possible to get you to that 95%. And that's why it's really important for our students, well, that's not all of the reasons, but one of the reasons to us that's helpful for them to complete the testing. And so we will go over some of the school results, and that has impacted some of our sites more than others. Our elementary sites, almost all of our students complete state testing. We had about 98.9% of elementary students complete the testing. JMS about 90%, and then the high school 60%. So when we get to those results, you'll see how it impacted. But when we take that out of the results, this is what we have. And so ELA, we had our language arts, we increased about 5% on students that met or exceeded the standard. We declined in math, 1.4%. We had a slight decline in science, about 0.5%, and then we did decline on that ELPI, that English language progress indicator, about 3%. So when we look at language arts, this is what we see on the dashboard, and this does, our participation rate is impacted here, or impacts our performance. So we declined about just slightly over 10 points from the previous year. We had some student groups that generated a red indicator. So our English language learners, our homeless youth,
Our long-term English learners, which that's a new group that's on the dashboard. So that's any English learner who has been identified as an English learner for 7 or more years. And then our socioeconomically disadvantaged group. Our orange indicator student was our foster youth, Hispanic students, 2 or more races, and students with disabilities, and white students. And one thing to note about students that are identified as 2 or more races, any family that says decline, they don't want to tell us what the race is lumped into 2 or more races. So that's kind of a wide open. We don't really know who's in there. It's just, people that are declining to state. Some of our stronger areas, when we look at the areas that were tested, reading, listening, research and inquiry were a relative strength for us, but writing seems to be where our students are significantly struggling. When we go to mathematics, which I'm sure this isn't news to you because we've talked about this before, but math is a much more dire area. We declined about 12 points from the previous year. Our groups that were our lowest performing and that declined significantly were, again, our English learners, Hispanic students, homeless, long-term English language learners, students with disabilities, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Our orange indicators were foster youth, students of 2 or more races, and white students. And so we only had students in the red and the orange in this area. Almost every area was what I would consider weak. Concepts and procedures, about only half of our students did well in that area. And then problem solving, modeling, and data analysis. Communicating reasoning, our students did a little bit better, but I would call that a relative strength because that's better than the other areas, but definitely I don't think we're going to celebrate that. One area, though, that I think we can celebrate is our graduation rate has increased just over 3% from the previous year. We exceed graduation rates from the county and the state, so I think that is something definitely to be celebrated. Even our students with disabilities, they had the green indicator. Almost everybody else had a blue indicator. So that is a really a strength to what's going on at the high school. Okay, chronic absenteeism. This is another strength for us. We continue to have chronic absenteeism decline. We declined by about 4.5%. We had no student groups in red. African American students were in orange, foster youth, homeless, long-term English language learners, and students of 2 or more races. So those are groups that we do really want to focus on, but we can tell that all of the things that we have in place, such as attendance incentives, are capturing kids' hearts, after-school enrichment clubs, the work that our truancy officer does, and our school social workers is having an impact in this area. And I will say all of our sites have been really great about paying very, very close attention to our students that are chronically absent and trying to work with those families to encourage them to send their students to school more regularly. Suspension rate, this is a strength for our district. We, last year anyways, seldom suspended students. Unfortunately, with such a low suspension rate, that's very difficult to maintain. As you compare last year to this year, you've had more expulsions than the previous year. So next year, I imagine that our data is not going to look so great on this metric. We did have one group that generated a red indicator. That was our African American group. That is a very small population within our district. It's actually not a significant subgroup at any of our school sites, but for our district it is. A significant subgroup would be 30 or more students. So no school has 30 or more African American students, but within the district we do. And so with such a small number of students, one suspension kind of puts us over in that area. Okay. And then college and career readiness indicator. This is a success for us. We really improved. The high school put a lot of emphasis on this. That's we keep adding those college courses to the high school, and that really helps this indicator. The only thing is we do have some students who are falling behind in this area. So we had homeless youth and our long-term English language learners were in the red. Students with disabilities in the orange, our Hispanic and socioeconomic disadvantaged students were in the yellow, and our white students were in the green. One thing I'd like to note, so this indicator is broken up into, there's 3 categories. There's prepared, approaching preparedness, and not prepared. And one thing that I think is concerning is that group that is identified as not prepared is growing. So although, on the dashboard, there's something to celebrate, that group in the middle as approaching prepared is declining. So that's something we really need to pay attention to see how we can get more of those kids approaching the preparedness. Because it seems like it's causing a widening of the gap. We have students that are on that college path and they're getting identified as prepared, and other people are kind of falling behind. And one thing also, before we go on, because I think this is interesting, before COVID, this metric, we had 51.2% of our students were identified as prepared for college and career. So we still haven't regained that metric from COVID. Okay, English language learners. So this is on the LPAC assessment. So this is measuring how students' fluency in acquiring the English language. So we declined about 10%, or just really under 11%. So we had about 50% of our English language learners that really didn't make that next leap. They either maintained or they declined. That definitely would be a focus for the 25-26 year, is really emphasizing how to help those English language learners. And a lot of the strategies that are good for English language learners are also excellent teaching strategies for students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged. And that is, again, I'll mention a growing subgroup that is also struggling. This is what our metric on the dashboard looks like for science. So as I talked about earlier in the year, science is a relative strength for our district. We do invest heavily in science. We do all of those enrichment activities that revolve around science. We've invested heavily in professional development. Although our science performance declined by 3.7 points, it is a relative strength for our district. When we compare to our neighbors, we're doing better than most of them. These are our local measures, and we met all in those areas, and those are looking at our local climate survey. Do parents feel like they have an opportunity to be engaged in our district? Do we provide adequate textbooks for all of our students? Are we teaching to the standards? And I think I duplicated this, so you could. Thanks. So now we're going to look at GLOws and GROWs for each school site. So we'll start with Cummings Valley. Cummings Valley, their math achievement increased about 3.5 points. White students increased in language arts by just under 7 points. And chronic absenteeism declined by 10%, which I think is a really good metric. When we look at areas for growth, our students with disabilities, our Hispanic students, and students that are economically disadvantaged, their performance in language arts declined. Overall, Cummings Valley just kind of stayed stagnant in language arts. So that's something to look at, because they're growing pretty good in math, but what's happening in language arts? So Golden Hills, also their chronic absenteeism declined by just under 6%. One thing to note is that they have a very low suspension rate, and they maintain that. Their suspension rate last year was 1% of their students had been suspended for at least one day. So that's an extremely low suspension rate. I would say difficult to maintain, but it seems like they're doing a pretty good job this year. Areas for growth, academic achievement in both language arts and math both declined. So we're working with Mrs. Bailey and her team and her site to see how we can support there. And then also our English learner progress declined on the LPAC at Golden Hills. At Tompkins, chronic absenteeism declined by 1.4%, and they also have a low suspension rate, which they maintained. Their suspension rate is 3%, so 3% of their students have been suspended at least one day. Academic achievement at Tompkins declined in language arts and math, significantly in math, about 19 points really, and then also English learner progress declined on the LPAC, just under 16%. TILA, academic achievement increased in both areas significantly. In math, 20 points, 20.4, and then language arts, about 16.5. And actually, I was reviewing this. Their chronic absenteeism also is actually a glow. They declined by 2.8%, although it is significantly higher. About 35% is chronic absenteeism there, so something to focus on. And then, of course, TILA has a very low suspension rate because most of their kids are at home, so they're not coming. So 0%, yay TILA. JMS, areas of strength. So the English learner progress at Jacobson is fabulous. They generated a blue indicator on the dashboard. Consistently, our EL students do well at Jacobson. 66.7% are making progress towards English proficiency. Their chronic absenteeism declined just a little over 3.5%. And their suspension rate declined. Last year, they had a suspension rate of 3%. Areas for improvement, academics for English learners, their performance is in the red. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students are in the red, and students with disability are in the red for language arts. And then in math, they declined just under 6%. So. Tehachapi High School, their graduation rate increased by just under 2%. Their college and career indicator increased by just over 8%. And their suspension rate decreased by 1%. And for a high school, they have a very low suspension rate. I know, Mr. Kelly, you worked at a high school, and 2%, I mean, that's pretty fabulous. Also, for the areas of growth, when we talked about the academic performance earlier in the year, they actually made improvements. They were one of the few schools that made improvements in the area of math. Unfortunately, their participation rate on CASP significantly impacted their results on the dashboard. So although if they would have had the 95%, they wouldn't have been in red if everybody who tested had similar outcomes as the students who did test. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. They had to make up that extra 35% with the lowest score possible, which generated a red indicator for language arts and math. I feel like it is really unfortunate because I know the high school has worked really hard, and they don't get to see it because of that. So that's something that we're working with the administration on, is generating some excitement around state testing. Monroe doesn't generate too many indicators because they don't have enough students that participate in the CASP testing, but their graduation rate did increase, just over 6.5%. Their suspension rate, so the area for growth suspension rate, they probably had one student who was suspended, honestly, but that caused a problem on their dashboard. Okay, so last year we talked about differentiated assistance, and Tehachapi again qualifies for differentiated assistance. When you have student groups that are in the red on the dashboard in 3 different areas, that qualifies or makes a district eligible for differentiated assistance. The good news is it's we've had groups drop out and then new groups come in. So our homeless group is in. were identified with homeless and our long-term English language learners. Long-term English language learners weren't a group on the dashboard last year, but are this year. And so both groups are identified through their performance in language arts and math on the CASP test, and then also the college and career indicator. Last year we had foster youth as a group that identified us for differentiated assistance, but that group actually moved out. They're doing better than previously. And then actually in 2022 we had 5 groups identified for differentiated assistance. So we're consistently making improvements. And that is all I have for the dashboard. So if you have any questions.
That last slide, the homeless population compared, what's the percentage of that?
Let me see. Let me go back.
It's got to be pretty low.
Yeah, and it's foster youth and homeless are a tricky group because it's a very
They go
transient group,
yes,
right?
Yes.
I don't have homeless on my list, but I can email that
Okay.
unless Dr. Porter knows, which I don't see her here any longer.
And then long-term English language learners, same question.
The percentage, I don't have it.
Yeah, it's got to be very low.
Well, long-term English language learners, the majority of those students are in our high school. And so last year we changed the reclassification criteria because it used to be that you could only reclassify by taking the state test. Well, the only people that take the state test in the high school are juniors. And so we've changed that, but it still continues to be a concern for sure.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I have one.
Vice President Kelly.
And thank you for all of that information. The college career indicator, is that strictly A through G coursework, or is it other items as well?
No, it's other items. There's actually 16 metrics that a student can meet in order to be identified as prepared, but we don't offer all 16. So it could be CTE, it could be how they did on the CASP, it can be how they did on their AP exam. So it's a variety of ways or combination of those in order to meet that indicator.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm just, when we were reviewing this last year, I didn't remember so many dips in our overall growth. I feel like every school, with the exception of the handful of items, have declines pretty significantly. What kind of barriers are we seeing that's impacting these metrics?
Well, that is true. I mean, last year we were on the upswing for sure. On the dashboard, remember, you have to maintain that momentum. Otherwise, if you have any kind of decline, then you will have a change in color. For the high school participation, as a district, participation did impact us. That's why I had that, I think the third slide in, where really we grew in language arts if you take the participation out. Math's still a concern. That's why we've changed curriculums and we've been doing a lot of professional development in that area. We still need to really focus on, this year we've done a lot of training around writing because that really needs to be an emphasis of writing across the curriculum. And then also reading quality nonfiction materials. So we've been working with the sites on that. We have a lot of resources available to staff. We just need people to utilize them and have an expectation around those areas.
You good?
Yeah, I just had one question on the JMS, on the ELPI.
Mm-hmm.
You were bragging, I mean, their scores were really good.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way, do you have it in process where you could find out what the basis for that is? To distill it down to a point where you have, this is why it's working, this is what we're doing, and then being able to take that to other schools who maybe don't have as good a number.
So it's a different structure at secondary than it is at elementary because when you have English learners who are at secondary, they have an English learners class, right? That's an elective. And then the teacher and aides push into their other classes. So it's a totally different structure than it is at elementary. And then when you talk about the high school, a lot of our students that do well in the middle school are reclassified. So they're no longer an English learner when they get to high school. So the ones that are still identified as an English learner when they get to the high school, those are the kids that are struggling the most. They're the most intensive group. So yes, I work with Val Bowman is the teacher that teaches that class, and her and I were talking today, and in the PD plan, we're going to put a team together and go to, it's called CABE, is the conference that really emphasizes progress on English language learners, but also we need to really emphasize that designated and integrated EL time at the elementaries. In fact, our next early release once we come back from winter break, is focused on English language learners. So we're doing a lot of work with our EL leads, so our lead teachers, so that we're doing professional development here, and they can take it back to their sites.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mrs. Paxton.
You're welcome.
Item 2, information item, request for secondary extended field learning experiences. Mrs. Paxton.
Okay. Per Board Policy 6153, all field trips which extend 100 miles or more beyond the boundaries of the school district must be approved by the superintendent, and the written approval of the parent or guardian is required for all the field trips. And we have Tehachapi High School boys and girls wrestling team to athletic contests at Kern Valley High School in Lake Isabella on December 5th, Tehachapi High School girls wrestling team to athletic contest at Farmersville High School in Farmersville, California on December 21st, Tehachapi High School girls wrestling team to athletic contest at Morro Bay High School in Morro Bay on January 3rd and 4th, Jacobson Middle School 8th grade PE classes to tour SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California on January 8th, Tehachapi High School CTE classes to Templeton Performing Arts Center in Templeton, California on February 8th. Tehachapi High School Cups to You Club to the Aquarium of the Pacific in Long Beach on May 13th, 2025. And Tehachapi High School CTE classes and Safe School Ambassadors Club to Leadership Event at Disneyland in Anaheim on May 20th, 2025.
Any questions or comments from the board? What's the Cups to You Club?
That's the special education club that serves the coffee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. And we'll go to number 3, first read of Board Policy 6158, independent study. Mrs. Paxton.
Okay. Senate Bill 153 was signed into law on June 29th, 2024. The Senate bill has repealed the 3-day requirement to qualify for short-term independent study. Students now may participate in short-term independent study for any duration of time not to exceed 15 days. Previously, it was 14 days. Evidence of work completed during independent study has also changed to include completed work online or computer-based instruction platforms. So that means teachers could assign iReady, any variety of programs that we have available. They don't have to actually hand in physical work in order to verify that they completed work.
Any questions or comments from the board? I have a question because this happened too frequently at JMS when I was the principal there. So the 15th day, attendance clerk gets a phone call. Hey, our flight was canceled. We're not going to be in for another day or two. Are they just marked absent?
They would have to just be marked absent because if they went to past that, they would have to go to TILA. We no longer could do that.
Right. Thank you.
Yep.
Number 4, first read of 2023-2024 School Accountability Report Cards, SARCs. Ms.
Okay.
Paxton.
By February 1st of each year, every school in California is required by state law to publish a School Accountability Report Card, also known as a SARC. The purpose of the report card is to provide parents and the community with important information about each public school. Good news is CDE at the time that we published this agenda, CDE had not released all of the data required for the SARC by the publication date of the agenda. However, SARCs are anticipated to be complete at the January meeting when the SARCs are scheduled for approval. I think this is the first time since I've been here that this is going to happen. So,
Something like this happened last year.
yes, we had to
Yeah,
we had
yeah,
to
it was
post them
ridic-
on the website without the information, but this year it looks like we are going to be good to go by January.
I noticed some of the information that we have to put in was put in.
Yeah,
Like the
right,
maintenance
yes.
and- yeah.
And then also one thing to note is because we didn't know the interim's name, that also has to be updated for the next meeting.
And number 5, first read, revision to English Learner Master Plan. Ms.
Okay.
Paxton.
The English Learner Master Plan has been revised. It is required to be revised annually to reflect changes to the LPAC testing platform and from collaborative conversations with staff and parents that were identified as a barrier to students. The current master plan reflects changes in reclassification criteria that were impacted by Ed Code Section 313F and Ed Code Section 60810. The changes really, what it addresses is previous to this, students that were in special education could be reclassified through the IEP process. That's no longer the case. There is an alternate LPAC assessment, so all students have to complete the LPAC assessment in order to be eligible for reclassification. And so those were the only changes that were made in this.
Any questions or comments from the board? Number 6, first read of the comprehensive school safety plans for the 2024-2025 school year. Ms. Paxton.
Pursuant to Board Policy 0450 and Education Code 32281, the School Site Council shall develop a comprehensive school safety plan relevant to the needs and resources of each particular school. The safety plan shall take into account the school's staffing, available resources, building design, as well as other factors unique to the site. All TUSD safe school plans contain the required elements as established by the California Department of Education. Final safety school plans will be presented at the January 14th board meeting for the board's consideration for approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? Number 7, approval of the Great Kindness Challenge proclamation.
Okay, the Great Kindness Challenge promotes a positive culture and climate in our schools. Every student deserves to be treated with kindness and respect while attending Tehachapi Unified School District schools. We continue to strive towards this goal. The Great Kindness Challenge Week promotes a positive school culture and encourages students to engage in 50 acts of kindness. It is also a very good fit with capturing kids' hearts. The Kindness Challenge this year will be January 27th through the 31st.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to proclaim the week of January 27 to 31st, 2025, the Great Kindness Week?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood, that the board approve the Great Kindness Challenge proclamation as presented. And it's a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney. Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Item 17, future items. Any board member wish for anything to be put on the agenda or at least looked at by district staff?
I have two. Our expulsion procedures and I'd like us to look at and discuss closed session timing. Closed session timing?
Thank you. That took 2 off of mine. Anyone else? As you noticed in Mr. Intezari's presentation, the concerns with expenditures, and I would like the California Association of School Business Officials to do a review of our staffing to see where we're over, where we're under, so on and so forth. And as I mentioned in one of the presentations of the swatting incident, I'd like to see that possibly can't be done this year, but it needs to be addressed in our safety plans. And then instructional rounds, their effectiveness, I'd like to for that to be on an agenda or actually get information from staff. And then I was watching the most disturbing segment on 60 Minutes I've seen in a long time, where these easily obtained apps can be obtained on the regular internet, and they can digitize it so that a mom could post a picture of their daughter and it could be digitized by this app, anyone using this app, and their clothes are off, and that's the name of the app. Very disturbing, and I need to talk to schools legal to see if there's even state law preventing that, or signing a consequence, so to speak. Very disturbing. Anyway, that's all I have for future items. Number 18, launch.
I have a couple.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's all right. Got me all depressed with your 60 Minutes comment. That's bummed me out. A couple items that I had requested of the previous superintendent, but was completely ignored and blown off, to be very blunt. We talked about Parent Square notifications quite a while back. I had made a request from the technology department to hear from them if parents can be notified of grades, not just D's and F's. There's a tremendous benefit in a parent getting a Parent Square notification on a Friday afternoon that your kids have A's or B's. Trust me, I look forward to those days. I check Canvas and Aries, and I can reward my kids or praise them on the afternoon as opposed to the other ways. So again, completely ignored, quite disrespected by the previous superintendent. That's once that the buzz of that conversation got brought up, I had multiple staff members, teachers, very excited about that, especially when they already do the work. They put that information in there, and that information can be pushed out very easily, as far as I'm told. Second item that I was requested that I was completely blown off was the Jacobson Middle School gym floor. If you've ever gone to any athletic event there or watched kids PE there, it's a train wreck, and it's an actual safety hazard that those kids are running on that gym floor. And so I want to know the replacement plan for that gym. We share that space with the Park and Recreation District. Again, we're good partners with them, and with our kids playing volleyball, basketball, in addition to that, all the different activities that go on there, that needs to be dealt with. So those two items need to be dealt with and looked at. Next thing was, you have most everyone has probably heard that Saracoso has purchased property on Tehachapi Boulevard over there by the old Kmart across the street, which is great for our community. They are going to be a long-term partner for our community, and I'm super excited about that. However, that does change the use of the facility at some point. What I call the old junior high. That's where I went to junior high 100 years ago, but that's something we need to look at. You know, what's the plan with that space? Does that impact revenues? You know, all that kind of stuff. So I'd like to see a presentation from staff as to what the plan is with that. Update on any meetings they've had with Saracoso. So yeah, again, that's not a negative thing. It's just what's the plan. So Frank, looks like you got a few things to look at. So anyways, yeah, so those are my things.
Thank you, trustee Napier. Anyone else?
Sorry, one thing. I think we, with the superintendent not sitting on that seat, I think we have made requests, maybe we send our comments to you. These future items, we just send them to you as board president. You can compile those and work with the superintendent at some point here soon.
Sure.
That way it's not just lost in the shuffle here.
A couple of mine were long-term.
Yeah,
but-
that'd be great.
Yeah. All right. Lunch. Dr. Romero.
Good evening, everyone. And I want to thank you all because I wasn't expecting the meeting to end before 9 o'clock. So thank you all. So my launch is Unity is Strength when there is teamwork and collaboration. Wonderful things can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. Nice quote. Okay, item 19, public comments for closed session. Any public comments for closed session? Seeing none, again, we switched these on the agenda. First item will be conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, one case, OAH case number 2024080700707. And number two, Public Employment Governance Code 54957, request for unpaid leave of absence, classified employee number 5380. And we're going into closed session at 8:40. 9:13. And we have 2 reports out for our 2 closed session items. In the matter of conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1, case, OAH case number 20240800707, the board approved a settlement agreement with student to resolve issues related to student's educational program. The agreement provides for independent assessments, compensatory services, and associated legal fees. This is a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
I did.
It's okay, he was doing it all in
I'm just reading what I'm given.
Wait till I tell you my stories.
All right, and then item 2, Public Employment Governance Code 54957, request for unpaid leave of absence, classified employee 5380. Due to circumstances with the student, she asked for 2 different periods, and the board has approved. She's waiting for her acceptance through the teaching credential program, and the board has approved both, whichever applies. Unpaid leave of absence granted for the period January 6, 2025 through May 1st, 2025, or, if need be, unpaid leave of absence granted for the period February 3rd, 2025 through June 2nd, 2025. It was motion by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Trustee Kelly. Roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Thank you.
And with that, we are on item 23, adjournment at 9:16.